What's up, guys? Welcome. Welcome, Dartho P, Israel Grant, Aaron Raths, Ryan Welch. Are you guys excited for Metroid Prime 2? Hit the like button for me if you're excited for Metroid Prime 2. We're going to have a great playthrough. It's going to be a lot of fun. And last week was Metroid Prime Remastered. This week's Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Welcome, Oscar. Ryan Welch, you say towards end of my play, starting Prime 3 later this week. Cool, man. Welcome, Kelly. But yeah, we're not gonna mess around, guys. I'm playing on Dolphin, and if you have any questions about my PC or the mods I'm using, it's all literally in the description. Every single thing you need to know is in the description. All the links you need if you want to run this mods yourself. They're all free, of course. So, but yeah, if Nintendo had re-release this game, we would have been playing on Switch 2, but they haven't done it yet, so we got a schedule to keep. So let's keep the schedule. We're playing on normal, and we're getting started. Contact Galactic Federation Trooper Squad Bravo was lost. Locate Federation troops and render assistance. This part of the game is really loud for some reason once it cuts to the cutscene, but then it gets normalized. This is all pre-rendered. Nice. Okay, so did I figure out the issue of the game crashing after my last Echoes playthrough? Maybe. I really don't know. I mean, I have a different PC now, so you never know with these games. So it's always important just to save consistently when you're emulating games, because it still could crash. I don't recall it crashing last time I played it, so maybe. But yeah. Yeah, your 7800X 3D should be just fine for this game. Louis? Billy Burgess, I couldn't get on with the game. You mean you didn't like the game? Well, you might be interested in after you see us play it here today. Maybe you'll enjoy it better just watching someone else play it. You think Prime 4 info will start leaking out by Friday? not leaking out. They're literally going to be sharing information on Prime 4 this Friday. So so we're going to be getting new information on Prime 4 this Friday, pretty much guaranteed, from press previews from the event they had from last week when they played the game. So we're going to be doing pretty much the same stream schedule as last week, except for one day we're going to be changing this week, guys. So keep this in mind. We're going to be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday, today and tomorrow, and then we're going to be streaming on Friday after all those previews are out for Metroid Prime 4, and then we'll be finishing Prime 2 that night and probably talking about some of the previews beforehand, and then we'll finish the game on Friday. So I don't think they're going to be allowed to spoil anything for the story in those previews. They're probably going to just talk about how the game played. They're probably going to have a chance to play with the bike and everything. So that's what I'm thinking. They're going to be testing out how Viola works, and they're going to be saying, you know, probably a bunch of glowing previews like they always do. Not saying the game's not going to be amazing, but generally previews are really positive for almost all AAA games until they release them, and then you hear the real truth. But like for Prime 4, I definitely expect it to be very, very positive. Do I think Prime 2 and 3 Remastered will come out? I hope they do. They're almost out of time, but they could literally shadow drop them in a day, and we could have them. All right, let's get moving. Yeah, this is not just a graphics mod. This is it's not just a graphics mod running the game in 4K. It's running the textures in 4K, like resolution, and also the HUD is being re-output in 4K as well. So it's like, and the text. It's basically like a complete remaster via Dolphin with a bunch of fan mods put together. This is not on Switch 2. If it was, I would be playing it on Switch 2. Because I would love to have that. You get more stability with the game as natively playing on the console, but this there's always a chance of it crashing, but we should be fine for the most part. And I'm playing the game on the Switch Pro controller, not the Switch 2 Pro controller, but with the Switch Pro controller that works on PC for these games. Switch 2 Pro controller hasn't really been figured out yet. They don't really have software for that just yet. I imagine they will eventually, though. I'm sure we'll be able to play Metroid Prime, or not Metroid Prime. We'll be able to play Switch 2 Pro controller with Steam and stuff in the not too distant future. Welcome, the Trader Lord. Cherryman Gaming, welcome. I don't know if I said that. Paulo de Barros, greetings from Brazil. Prime 2's masterpiece. Yeah, welcome from Brazil. Samus must be so happy that she paid her extended warranty for her gunship, or that crash would have been very expensive for her. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Metroid Prime is my favorite game of all time, the first one. Prime 2 might be my second favorite. It's real close. Yeah, the Switch 2 Pro controller isn't quite compatible yet, Nano. But, you know, it'll get there. It's only been a few months. It's really all about them releasing a software layer that supports the Switch 2 Pro controller. So I'm sure Steam will have an update where it'll add Switch 2 Pro controller support. Pre-order stuff for Prime 4? No, I haven't heard anything. Besides just buying the amiibos. There's no special, like... like version of the game that I know of. That there's no like collector's edition or anything that I know of as of yet. Host Sway, this is your least favorite because of the Dark World. It's annoying. Oh yeah, I've heard that a lot. But once you know the game really well, Dark World's not so bad. It's kind of cool, actually. Nice. Yeah, definitely playing through Dolphin. You can't do this on Switch. This game, you can't play this on Switch. And this is not the Wii U. It wouldn't look this good. Anybody else? Yeah, the beams do light up the surroundings. And it looks very beautiful. See that? You see all the light going around it? Nice. That's one thing that was sorely missed, and we're gonna get it back. They ever explain how Dark Samus got to the planet? I don't know, did they? I don't recall if they did or not. That's a good question. They probably did in some logs, I don't remember. Darthro P might know. Out of my way, out of my way. Do you need a powerful PC to play this? In general, not really. But for what I'm doing, yes. I'm running this at 5K resolution. Outputting it to 4K on your display. And 4K textures. Not only that, but I'm also loading all the game's memory and textures right into my computer's main memory. So all the textures that are loaded are preloaded into my memory of my computer, because I have 64 gigabytes of system memory. And it literally can load the entire game and all the textures all at once so that cuts down on the stuttering. So yeah, I've taken lots of steps to make this run as smooth as I can. And even then, it's still gonna have little moments where we'll stutter a little bit here and there, just because it's emulated. Oh yeah, also, I'm also running ReShade. I have ReShade installed on this as well. So, on top of all of that, I'm also running ReShade with extra graphical effects on top of that. It's pretty wild. Fightless Chicken. ReShade is a program you can use that uses extra software, graphical effects, and post-processing that you can add on top, another layer of effects you can add on top of your PC game, and it works for any PC game. You can make it work for any DirectX, OpenGL, Vulkan API, and it adds even more graphical effects. You can add more color, more sharpness, better shadows, better. You can even add like ray tracing to some games. It's crazy. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, here's my menu. I'm running Radiant GI, Adaptive Sharpen, CMAA, which is another form of anti-aliasing. I'm using more anti-aliasing on top of that, FXAA, immersive anti-aliasing, all kinds of anti-aliasing, because I'm adding more sharpening on top of that. The more sharpening you add, the more anti-aliasing you need. And so yeah. It's pretty wild. Have I used path tracing and seen a difference? Yeah, not they don't have any path tracing available that I'm aware of for these Metroid Prime games. But for in ReShade, it's more like just ray tracing, like global illumination, like RTGI is the main thing that they try to use in ReShade. But path tracing in general, there is a difference for games like Cyberpunk 2077, like in these games that have like really high crazy effects. You can see a difference, but it's mainly, the difference is mainly that it changes the look of the game to make it look different, not necessarily better in some cases, because path tracing makes the light of everything actually emit realistically and shadows emit realistically, and it can actually change the original art design of the game, which is what I think happened with Cyberpunk 2077. If you use path tracing, some areas of the game don't look quite right because everything's being lit up, like because it's using real light, and that's where it kind of like can lose its original art design flair with using its original lighting effects. Not that I'm saying it looks bad, it just looks different, you see, which is why when you play Cyberpunk 2077 on Switch 2, it looks fantastic, because there's nothing wrong with the way it looks, because it's using the original art design of the game. It doesn't have path tracing or ray tracing turned on, but that's not how the game was actually designed in the first place. All that stuff came later. In certain instances, path tracing does look better, though, because you're getting certain types of lighting effects that you don't see with path tracing turned off. But is it worth the cost for most people to spend over $4,000 on a PC that could run it at 4K 60 like I can, no, it's not worth it for the majority of people to spend that much money. Yeah, this is the hardest game in the series. Welcome, Gamer XD54. Darth P, you said that Dark Samus hitched a ride on the pirate train, right? Is that what you said earlier? Snuck in and hid on a pirate ship until they arrived on Aether. Yeah, exactly. Welcome, Jordan. Acario, yeah. Show on and off versus ReShade. There's not much of a difference, I would say. You're not going to see much of a difference on your end, but I will see it because I'm actually looking at it like a foot and a half from my eyes. But let me see. Is there much of a difference? Oh yeah, there is. The distant objects are more blurry with it turned off. With it turned on, you have finer texture detail. This is with it off, and this is with it on. Off, on. So yeah, I have it turned on because so I can see the real fine little texture detail. Like obviously I'm going way above and beyond what I should be doing in this game, but if I can do it, I'm gonna do it. I'm one of those guys where if I can make a game look better, I'm gonna go ahead and make it look better because I have the hardware to run it, even if I don't have to. I've experimented with other reshade effects to make it give more bloom and more like dark shadowing and more ambient occlusion. I could have done that as well, but what happens is that it can make it look too dark for a stream. So like, and it also can make the game actually lose the look of what it originally looked like when you do that too much effects. So I think this is a very good balance of that. One of anti-alias can be adjusted to affect distance more or less. No, I think that's more AO. I think AF. What's it called? Filtering. Anioscopic filtering. That's what will do it, and I have that set to 16x. So all the textures in the background should be rendered without any like blurriness, but what ReShade does is that it adds an extra layer of sharpness, so you can actually see. See, this is with it turned off. It's a little more blurred where my cursor is on where the gun is. A little bit more blurred. Turn it back on, you can actually see more detail now. Like I said though, on a stream, if you're watching on your phone or even on your TV, you may not notice it, but I can notice it because it's right in front of my eyes. It's almost like rendering beyond what the game actually limits you to do to make it look beyond. Metroid Prime Beyond. Oh yeah, I don't have bombs yet. Can't do that. Yeah, they're a big investment, Jordan. Don't have missiles yet. Yeah. I have my graphics set to Ultra Max plus Super Ultra 64 settings. Because I can. because Nintendo. Yep. Alex, welcome. You're puzzled why this game is not available to play on Switch 1 and 2? Right, because Nintendo. Mark said it right. I can't answer that question. Because, you know, you would think that it was... You'd have to be an idiot not to release these games before Metroid Prime 4 comes out, but... Far be it for me to call Nintendo a bunch of idiots. I would never do that. Granted, there's still some time left, though, so I will be very interested to see if the games are not released by December 4th on Switch 2 or Switch 1, at the very least. If they're not, then Nintendo are a bunch of somethings, that's for sure. If that doesn't happen. Let me in. Or if they need a master copy that they don't have? No. I mean, they have... These games have been released on the Wii and Wii U just a few years ago. And Retro Studio still has all that stuff, so... More pre-rendered cutscenes. That's a bitrate killer, so you might have saw the screen go blurry there. It does that every time. Flightless chicken. All the answers to your questions are in the description. I'm using the Switch Pro controller, which is not a control scheme that is even available to play in these games at all. It's a fan-made control scheme that is only available on Dolphin. But it basically plays very similar to Metroid Prime Remastered with this control scheme, okay? And all the links are in the description of how you can make this work on your own, even with the Switch Pro controller. Yeah, from what we saw in the latest trailer of Metroid Prime 4, it looks like the space pirates are going to be getting attacked, and no, not the space pirates, the Federation troopers. But the pirates are going to be there though, still. There's probably going to be some brutal stuff going on, I imagine. That is a good point, man. People only have so much money to spend, but again, though, I still think it's very short-sighted for Nintendo not to have these games just available to buy after they released Prime Remastered in 2023. They had all of 2024 and all of 2025 up to this point in November to release Prime 2 and 3. So I don't really see what the issue was there. I don't agree with them if they're gonna release these games like a couple days before the release of Prime 4. I don't agree with that move very much either, because you just don't give people time to play the games. I would love if they release them, of course. I wouldn't be complaining that they're on the system, but I would not agree with them releasing it a couple days before Prime 4 comes out and trying to rush them out. I think that's like a disservice to these games. So I don't know, man. It's kind of unfortunate they're waiting this long, or if they not even release them at all. But they got to at some point. Playing a GameCube Exos pack? Yeah, I guess. Never know. But like, you still have Metroid Prime 3 though, so that's a Wii game. Yeah, all silent on the HD ports, so really don't know. Yeah, I can do that right now. But you know, the one positive thing about playing the game this way is that you get the beautiful beam effects, lighting effects. They're all here for you. So that's one great thing about it. Plus with these mods, the game looks fantastic. So I'm not complaining that I can play it this way, that's for sure. But can most people play this game like this? No. you. Luis, welcome. I don't know if I said welcome before. Do you think they changed their mind, so that's why the lack of information in the wait? Maybe. We just don't know. We won't know until they say something. It's cool. More detail on this texture there. If you had to choose between two options, what do you choose? HD ports come out before Prime 4, or 2, they get Prime 1 remastered sometime after Prime 4 comes out. If I had to choose between those two, I would choose the graphics remade, redone versions like that come after Prime 4. Because I would love to see like the same treatment done for Prime 3 and Prime 2 as they did with Metroid Prime Remastered. I would gladly wait for those. I just think it's very awkward that they would release Metroid Prime 4 without releasing Prime 2 and 3 beforehand. That aspect's very awkward, but I would gladly wait for full HD 4K graphical remakes of Prime 2 and 3 to go along with a Metroid Prime Remastered 4K update as well for Switch 2. I would gladly wait for that. I just would like to be informed that that's what we're getting, but since they're not talking about it, all we can do is speculate and be disappointed that we have no information. But yeah, I would love that. And if they do just choose to release a simple HD ports before Prime 4 comes out, I'll be okay with that as well. At least they did it. But I would prefer graphical remakes. What's up, OCDXN? Welcome, Nicholas. I like your avatar. Do I think it's possible to remake Super Metroid and Prime 1 first-person style? Yeah, it is. But they shouldn't do that. The game is not meant to be a first-person shooter or a first-person game. That's kind of what Metroid Prime 1 is. It's kind of like Super Metroid, but in 3D first-person. It follows the same types of like tropes, you could say, of how a Super Metroid works, but in 3D. I wouldn't really want them to do that. Like, I already have Metroid Prime, so I wouldn't mind them doing a Super Metroid like remake in like HD or something, like Metroid Dread style. I wouldn't mind that. Well, you know, either way, we always have the original to play, so it's readily available to play on any system now. Super Metroid is, so whatever they do, I'll be fine with it. Yeah, somebody asked how many copies it sold in the last streams. There's no exact numbers, but I think it's the initial like report was like 1.5 million, so it may have reached 2 million by now. But it's a remaster of a game that's been released multiple times already, so I would say that's really good sales for Prime Remastered. 1.36 million? Okay. Yeah, so it's probably around 1.5 to 2 million range by now. It's been over 2 years since it came out. Okay. Prime 5 is probably a thing. I hope so. There's been like kind of rumors about that being a thing, but the source of the rumor is not very trusted, so I wouldn't take that as fact. But I definitely wouldn't be surprised if they're working on Prime 5. Have I attempted 100% scan runs? I think so. Back on like the original releases, but not a big fan of scanning everything. Do not be afraid. I am Umos, Sentinel of the Luminoth. Please listen and hear of our world's peril. Oh, by the way, guys, let's get those like buttons up, okay? Do me a big favor, and if everyone here just hit that like button for me and get it up there. Thank you all for coming out for Metroid Prime 2, the second game of the trilogy, and we're going to be playing all 3 games here in the month of November before the release of Metroid Prime 4, and I'm doing a giveaway for Metroid Prime 4, a physical copy and a digital copy. I'll be giving it away during my review of Metroid Prime 4, like in that video. We'll also be doing a giveaway for that game. After the release of the game, when I do my review, it might take a week or so, but I will do a giveaway for Metroid Prime 4 next month. You don't want to watch this because you're still holding it, hoping to release this on Switch so you can play it? I wouldn't hold yourself back, man, at this point. Long ago, a cosmic object fell to our planet, Aether, exploding with some great force. A rift was torn in time and space, and a strange power flowed over the world. Where once there was one Aether, there were now 2, one of light and one of shadow, each existing in its own dimension. It was the end of peace on Aether, for a new race was born that day on the dark world, one filled with hate and terrible power. They are the Ing. The Ing are creatures of shadow and darkness, knowing nothing of peace or mercy. For decades we stood against them, yet we now lie on the verge of defeat. When Dark Aether was born, our planetary energy was divided, half for our world and half for theirs. Should one world gain control of this energy, the other will perish. Before you arrived, the Ing had stolen a device from us, one that collects planetary energy. With it, they have weakened our planet to the verge of collapse. But fortune smiled upon us this day, for the energy transfer module is now bonded to you, Samus. To you, the audience. With it, you can help us restore our world. You're our only hope, Samus. Should we fall, the Ing will look to the stars for new plans to ravage and conquer. Your species could be their next victims. The Ing have taken our energy to 3 temples on Dark Aether. Find these temples and transfer the energy from them to our own. I've updated your map system with the location of another temple. There's knowledge there that can help you on your way. I've also updated your translator module. You can now access devices and doors coated with violet holograms. Many lands are now open to you. Prepare well for your journey. The Ing now know you possess the energy transfer module. They will try to recover it at all costs. Return to me once you have restored the energy to a temple. I will aid you as I can. May the light of Aether shine upon you. Remember, guys, a lot of the developers from Turok 2 went on to make Metroid Prime. So, like, even that line was very similar to Adon in Turok 2, Seeds of Evil. Protect the energy totem, Turok, and defend it at all costs. Metroid Prime Remastered, Prime 4, Prime 2 Remastered, Prime 5, and Metroid Prime 3 Remastered, and Prime... Yeah, I have no idea why that would be something they would do. But yeah. Andres Restart is no stranger to theories like that, so not surprised he would say something like that. Do you think Retro will try to push for 4K on Prime 5? Who knows? I know it's not yours, but this is your favorite Metroid Prime game. I thought you said you were Mordecai, that you were holding out. You didn't want to be spoiled, so I don't know what. If you didn't want to be spoiled, how can it be your favorite game? You're confusing me. Have I played Turok Evolution? No, I have not. I lost track of Turok after Turok 3. See, it doesn't let you jump before you get the bomb. Once you get the bomb, then the game lets you jump. You can't help but watch, but how could it be your favorite game though? If you're just seeing it for the first time, that's why that's confusing what you're saying. Resident Evil 2. Longtime Metroid fan. This absolutely is my favorite Prime game. Cool, man. I think there's quite a few people that actually this is their favorite Prime game that come in here, which makes sense. Love this design. This is my second favorite Metroid Prime game. Very, very close second. It's so close to Metroid Prime 1, but there's a couple issues with it that bring it down just a hair. I've talked about it many times over the years. SP Short Man, all Prime games are awesome, but I consider 2 the weakest in the trilogy. Yeah, I think Metroid Prime 3 is by far the worst of the trilogy. Like, by far. And I'm not saying it's a bad game by any means, but like Metroid Prime 3, I would say is like a 9.5 out of 10. Score type of game. Metroid Prime 2 is like a 9.9 out of 10, and Metroid Prime 1 is a 10 out of 10, if I were to rate them. And so like that's a really high rating, but like that's still like a bit off, like a clear distinction that's worse than Prime 2 and 1 in my opinion. All right, so I got that. I got the missile. Okay, now it's time to progress. Let's go back this way. Or play Prime 2 and 3. Yeah, I mean everyone's gonna have their opinions, right? Some people actually feel Prime 3 is the best game because they like more action. Or they like traveling to other planets. They like having more interaction with the NPCs, more voice acting, more like actual like cutscene story stuff. It was more like a Halo. It was almost more like a Halo game. You still plan to do YouTube after Prime 4 comes out? Is that a troll question? I'll give you one more chance, Tim. If you look at my videos, Metroid Prime 4 videos, I've only done like 2 videos on Metroid Prime 4 in the past like 3 months. Most of it's been on tech stuff with Switch 2. So yeah, I don't see why I would stop doing YouTube after Metroid Prime 4 comes out. But yeah, let's see what Tim says next, guys. Welcome Melfice, Gundam, Kai. My opinion, I think shadow dropping Prime 2 is a bad idea. It should have done that months ago. I agree with you, Kai. Dark Beam has the most powerful weapon Samus ever had. His special attack's pretty much black hole. Yeah, true. A lot of Metroid YouTubers like Rob's sound like they might retire from YouTube after Prime 4 comes out, and a long journey for all of us. Okay. Yeah, I heard Rob say that, but you know, I'm not really a Metroid YouTuber. So I definitely focused a lot on Metroid the past few years, and I've had like videos that would cover new information on it, and I'm a huge fan, but I'm not like an exclusive like Metroid YouTuber. And also, even if I was, why would I stop making YouTube just because Prime 4 comes out? That's implying that Metroid is over. So either way, I don't see why I would stop making YouTube videos, even if I was a Metroid YouTuber. Yes, Dwayne, I can see your comments, but there's a lot of people commenting. I can't get to your comments right away, and I'm trying to reply to other people. Just be patient. Give me a second. But yeah, I'm doing good, man. Thanks for your support as usual, Dwayne. I appreciate that. Yeah, the dark beam is awesome, man. I love the dark beam special attack that it has. Like the upgrade that you get with it. You're praying to get the same music, Composer's Prime 4. You like the dual dimension mechanic in this game? Oh, I love it. I love it. Actually, I think it's great. Guys, keep chatting. I'm trying to read your comments. Wouldn't be surprised if Mercury's Steam Metroid is revealed next year. Free aim when locked in Prime 2 is your fault? What do you mean? Yeah, I don't get what you're saying, Mark. One of the things I like about Prime 3 is that you can go multiple planets, not just like one planet. Yeah, I actually like being on one planet more so. I feel it. Metroid Prime 3 kind of broke. Kind of broke up the immersion a little bit by always traveling different planets. You're getting interrupted a lot more with the lots of like voice chat in that game from your computer. You're getting talked to a lot by the Federation troopers. You're like the commander guy. It feels much more like a modern like first-person shooter sci-fi game in Metroid Prime 3, which kind of takes the immersion out of the game a little bit. More action-focused. Very much a game of its time. Not that I didn't like the other planets. I liked them a lot. I just felt like I would have preferred it be more creative on one planet like the other Metroid Prime games, but hey. The worst beam in Metroid games? I don't know. That's something you can think about. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'll miss some of your guys' chat, you know, but like, I'll try to read them as I go. I'm trying to. This game requires you to pay attention, or otherwise you're gonna get lost. Let's see. Is there anywhere else I can go up here? I might need the. Yeah. All right. We'll come back to that. We can go around. Yeah, in a game like this, exactly. It's Tremors. You ever see Tremors? Yeah, a new beginning for the series. Yeah, Tim. Yeah, I'm assuming by your comment, Tim, that you probably haven't watched my content much. Because if you have, you may have not asked that question. It's understandable if you're new here. Thanks, Nick. Like I was saying, guys, if you have any questions about how I'm making it look this good, or what I'm doing with the game and how I'm getting it to work, it's all in the description. Everything you need, all the links to the mods, all the links to everything is all in the description. All my PC specs are in the description, not just for my PC that I'm playing it on, but also the My streaming PC. Your streaming PC is very important too. None of this could look this good without my streaming PC. My streaming PC is a beast. So yeah, I had to invest in 2 different PCs. Thanks, Shinigami. Appreciate your support of that my content. Blue Orca, did I miss you? Oh yeah, especially you. Mainly Metroid stuff. Yeah, Tim. I figured. Thank you for the super chat, Louise. The R $1.90 super chat. I'm not sure what currency that is. Is that? Did you say you're from Brazil? Is that Brazilian currency? I don't remember what country you're from. Someone was from Brazil, and it could have been you. Yeah, it's all on the Wii. Yeah. Can you imagine if the Wii could output games that looked like this? Ay caramba. LLC Gaming, thanks for the 99-cent super chat. 100%. Glorious 480p. Brazil. Oh, okay, cool. All right. So let's do. Let's get in here first, actually. I like the planet in this. It's a cool setting. It's separated 2 dimensions, matter, antimatter. Yeah, exactly. Do it. Alright, let's go and get our next upgrade. Timber. Really nice, not gonna lie, yeah. Yeah, I mean, had to work on this for a long time to get this looking good like this. It was worth it. I'm gonna get our bombs. Try speed running? No. I'm not into that. That's way too much pressure. I don't like that. I don't like putting that much pressure on myself, especially if I'm doing live streams on it. It's just not that type of content for me to do. Say anything? Yeah. Let the speedrunners do their speed running. It's not for me. Yeah, better throw away the apple. Yeah, exactly. Don't eat it. And I don't necessarily play through these games slowly either. I play them the traditional way. And I did a full game playthrough of Metroid Prime 2 live on this channel over a year ago. In 10 hours straight. I played right through it in one sitting. 100% playthrough. Speedrunners just go for the ending. They don't necessarily get 100% of the items. They just go to how they can beat it as fast as they possibly can. I'm not into that. And I'm not into watching them either. So I have no interest in watching speedrunners speedrun these games either. Just not interested in that type of content. Now I can jump. After you get the bomb, you can actually jump. You can hop. It doesn't let you hop without getting the bomb upgrade first. That's like a weird decision.
Recording to log.
Yep, and these are not based on time. Yep. So yeah, if you don't know this, if you find these sentinels, and they'll give you access to more areas in the area of the game that you're in. Locate Dark Temple and Twisted Mockery of this sacred place. Inside you will find the energy controller you seek. No, Prime 2 did not have the spring ball. None of the games had spring balls until Metroid Prime 3, and then they added them in Metroid Prime Trilogy on the Wii. Then they all had spring ball after that. Your search will be difficult. Even the very air of dark Aether is dangerous. You can cripple the strongest of warriors. Yeah, it's crystals. Amber holograms, okay. All right, let's move on. Yeah, bomb jumping is less reliable. That's probably why they made hopping just a thing. And you can actually bomb jump and hop and get even farther up if you do it that way. Give me that. If they ever do a multiplayer for a modern Prime game, hope they bring back command visor from Prime 3. Imagine being able to clone a gunship. Yep, do a score streak. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, there's lots of things they could do with that. I'd rather than come up with more original ideas than just copying Call of Duty. Reminder? You mean remember? Backing visor? Yeah. Again, though, that mode is very, very much underplayed, and like people barely even touched it. So, including myself, I did play the multiplayer with some friends back when it first came out on GameCube, but just a few sessions and never touched it again. Nothing wrong with it. It was just wasn't anything like notably special, really. Prime Hunters was a lot better for multiplayer. Played like once, yeah. Prime Hunters were hero shooter before hero shooters even coined the phrase. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I had the free demo on the Nintendo DS, Nintendo DS Fat Edition, PHAT, Fat. I had the DS on launch day. Came with Prime Hunters in the box. Prime Hunters cartridge demo was in the box for that console. Pretty amazing. So have your blue fat DS? Cool, man. Yeah, I traded that thing in as soon as possible. I didn't like the screen. The screen was too dark. And got the DS Lite, and that was my main console until the end, really. Until I got the 3DS for handheld. DS Lite was I think the best version of the Nintendo DS. Next Star Fox, hopefully within the next year. You know, I mean, like maybe next year we'll see it at the next Nintendo Direct. Brand new start for Star Fox. Sad story, I lost my limited edition Zelda 3DS Black on Disneyland with Metroid Prime Hunter still in it. Oh, still got the first Hunt box though. I'm always feeling bad for the Space Pirates game. They're getting it from everyone. Yeah, Federation, Ing, Dark Samus, and Samus. Yeah, exactly. Love the DS Lite, but the hinge broke eventually, so you taped it up. Okay. I didn't get a 3DS until long after its launch. Bought a used one, original in black. Served me well. Enough for Mario and Luigi Dream Team. Cool. Yeah, I'm hoping for next year, too. My eyes. Playing AOL is making me itch for a new Star Fox game. What is AOL? Would I want Tone to try to make a third-person Metro game? Yeah, I would. But you gotta have Nintendo or Retro Studios do it. Don't hand it off to Team Ninja like what they did with Metroid Other M. Big mistake. But I trust Nintendo or Retro Studios to make a third-person Metroid game and make it well. Oh, Age of Imprisonment. Okay. I couldn't tell if that was an I or an L. Tell me why would Age of Imprisonment make you want a new Star Fox game? That sounds very odd. I don't see the connection. Favorite location in Prime 2 is Torvus Bog. Hands down. Second favorite location is Sanctuary Fortress. Least favorite location is Agon Wastes, of course. The worst, probably the worst location in any Prime game that there is Agon Wastes. As far as the design and art design of it, it's not very, doesn't stand out very well versus other games in the Prime series. Or other locations in this game even. Which is why, one of the reasons why this game probably didn't do as well. Because the first impression of the game on people who rented the game or saw the game, of the first area of the game, probably was not, they probably weren't very impressed with how it looked. Very brown. And not very, very drab looking, you know, not a lot of punch in the visuals on the GameCube back then for the first area. But after Agon Waste is over, you got the best areas, some of the best areas in all of the Metroid Prime Trilogy in this game. Torvus Bog and Sanctuary Fortress might be two of the best top 3 areas maybe. Top 4. Worse than Phase-On Mines? Yeah, I would say so. it's also most similar in art design to the Phazon mines, which is also kind of boring because you know, you're going through a bunch of rock areas, so that's the only unfortunate thing about it. Otherwise, and that's mainly why. That's also why I rate the game a little bit lower than Metroid Prime 1, is because of the beginning of the game. Starts out a little slower than I would have liked, and the area is not as exciting. If it was more consistent in that aspect and made the first area of the game more like something like an offshoot of Torvus Bog or something grandiose like that, that really wows you, I think it would have been a much more consistent. It's kind of venturing out a little too far there. Okay, let's go this way. Yeah, so our goal in this stream, guys, is to get to Torvus Bog and a little bit farther in Torvus Bog. Once we get there, that's gonna be our main goal in this stream. Part 2 will be all about getting the big meat and potatoes done of the game, and then part 3 will be about finishing it off. See something here. Okay. How are we doing on those like buttons? Doing pretty good, huh? Let's get it closer to 80 likes and then on to 100 likes. Yeah, I'm playing all 3 Prime games, but Surplex. I think you asked me that before too. In the last Metroid Prime playthrough last week. But I definitely said it multiple times. Can't kill those guys, really? Or can I? No. Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it. If any of you guys are brand new to the channel, I've been doing YouTube since 2010. I just had my 15-year anniversary back in August. So definitely I've been around the block a bit for YouTube. But you know, I just focus on making content that I enjoy, and I don't do rage bait. I'm not trying to clickbait people. I'm trying to make really good videos. like good research, trying to find new things. I love doing tech analysis stuff. Especially on Switch 2 now, it's really fun to do that on Switch 2. Seeing what the Switch 2 can do is really fun. Let's beat the guarding of jumping. You don't really have to use your missiles on this guy. You can just give him with your. You can save your missiles and just get him with your power beam. Make sure you lock on and do your dashing jump move, and you'll be fine. Didn't you ask me what I did for a living before? Multiple people keep asking me that, but I've said multiple times now that I don't talk about that. I gave very detailed reasons why. So no, I mean I don't do anything illegal, but you know I work like everyone else, but I don't really talk about what I do because it's a privacy thing. Okay. That. I have double jump now. I can go up here. Don't want to be in the badness for too long. Okay, that's bad. I want to model this game where the jump guardian uses a pogo stick for jumping. No, yeah, it's okay, Mordecai. I could have sworn either you asked or you were in the chat like last time when somebody asked me, because you've been around for the last streams too. Yeah. Long story short, I've had some bad experiences with people actually looking for me at my work, without even me telling people what I do for a living. They still found me anyway. So I don't talk about that stuff. Nor should I have to. All right. Oh yeah, if you put yourself out there online, people can really get in there. You know, I think they can start looking you up and trying to find you. You know. Oh, what? I need to get my health back. All right, tell you what, I'm gonna let Samus recharge here. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. And we're going to get back to full health. right. Still not at full health, man. You would think it would recharge a little faster than that. Is now we should appreciate the moving textures in the doors. Oh yeah, isn't that cool? Little beams. Yeah. People feel entitled, you know, if someone's on YouTube, they feel, or a streamer, they feel they're entitled to like get into their personal life sometimes. Don't think I can get this way though. No. Let's go back. Got our key. All right. Let's go this way. Still losing health, but still in a better spot than what we were. Yeah, you lose health really fast here. That's why it's like you can't really explore very well. That's one thing people probably were not too happy about. Just having issues exploring and not knowing where to go, all that kind of stuff back in the day. Okay. We're going to go in this way. Yeah, it definitely can be brutal, that's for sure. But if you save, you get all your health back, so that's good. Ocarina of Time, far more confusing first playthrough, no guide. Can understand that. Nice. Okay, let's go back then. Yep, go back there, and then we can go and access another area once we get back to the real world. Can I walk through this again? Yeah, I can. Fun to go to Prime 1. Certainly worthy. Just trying to keep my health up here. Seeing how consistent series remain with hardly any consistent devs. It's had consistent devs. Some core guys are still there throughout all the Prime games. Many have left, true, but there's still some core guys there to this day. Okay, it's in dimensional flux. Didn't I just... Should I go back and look at that again? I thought I just saw that thing. Let me see something. Half the Prime 3 team is still there. Since we're here. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything with this thing. Anyway, let's go. Come back to that. Yeah, previews of Prime 4 on Friday. That is true. Alright. But this did open, so let's go. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Alright. Now we have a double jump. Let's go back up here. Yeah, it's Prime Hack. It wasn't difficult for me to set up, but I'm very computer savvy, so I don't know. I didn't have any problems with it. All the links are in the description too if you want to try it out for yourself. All there for you. Including the graphics mod as well. Everything's there, and the Pro Controller, Switch Pro Controller software that you need to run the game with the Switch Pro Controller. Real easy setup. Yeah, I thought it was. It may depend on your computer, some kind of issues you have with your own computer setup that could give you issues, who knows, but for me it was not a problem. I think what it is that some people try to do it on their own without following the directions. You gotta follow the directions on all these kind of things. If you don't follow the directions, just hope it works by just dropping files into folders, then it's not gonna work for you.
Recording to logbook.
Yeah, using the Wii remote is tiring. Yep, exactly. Feels great with the Pro Controller. Feels like Metroid Prime Remastered. Dual analog. I could blow these up. Oh. The pirate design, oh, it's these. The pirate design in this game is really good. I think it might be the best in the trilogy. How they designed the pirates in this game. Because they have multiple different variants of these elite pirates in this game, space pirates, and they all look really cool. Go, got our missile. Oh, that one of their claws is a dino skull shape. Yeah, it's cool, huh? Oh, this way. Don't miss your missile expansion. You can do a lot of these things on your first run through as long as you know where they are, so you don't miss stuff. Saves you time. Yeah, they're good in Prime 3. I just kind of prefer their design in Prime 2 a little bit better. They look more menacing in Prime 2. Lore. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that. Let's go up there. Was I just here? They like put me back. It's weird. Dark Samus. That's really funny. The game is like, no, you're supposed to stop and examine first. You're not supposed to run that way. So I keep running this way, and it puts me back to go look over here in the cutscene. That's funny. This is so cool. I love design stuff like this. This is the kind of stuff that I really like in games. You design clever art design. Metroid Prime games are all about that kind of stuff, guys. Open the blast doors. Open the blast doors. So you need the light beam for that. Or dark beam. Chatbot Justin 2.0, Justin Richard. Hello, how are you? I'm good. Are you a real human being? Or are you a chatbot like you said? Alright. Let's take a look at these really here. Metroid subject has several blast wounds from space pirate weaponry on low power settings. They wanted it alive after they were finished with it. Okay. So the never-ending space pirate fascination with Metroids to use them for their power. Dr. Lee percussion, yeah, I agree. You think they learned at some point? Yeah, right. Food poisoning, okay. It's been ingested several pet threats and space pirate rations. Poor Metroids. Metroids are not inherently evil creatures, but they've been treated so badly. How can you blame them for attacking? Richard Pauly, the answer is yes. I'm playing all three before Metroid Prime 4 comes out. I'm playing them live.
Recording to logbook.
So Space Pirate lore, you gotta access it from your menu. Samus Aran, the accursed hunter, has arrived. The sudden arrival of the hunter is strange enough, but her actions are stranger still. She does not seek our destruction, but our phazon. With each raid, she steals phazon, or only killing those who attempt to deny her. What she needs it for, we do not know, though a science team suspects she requires it to power her new armor suit. Dark in color. They're not talking about Samus here, talking about Dark Samus. Is equipped with strange new weapons. The troops now call her the Dark Hunter. It is a fitting title. Oh, Nintendo Prime? Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've been talking about the Prime 2 and 3 remasters for like since 2018. Actually, we've been talking about them since they were first even rumored. They're extremely destructive, but they aren't evil. Yeah, exactly. We found that out in Super Metroid. I love this smoke effect. Done the best, I think, in Prime 2. I don't think Prime 3 did it quite as well. I think this looks the best for the smoke. It just looks really cool. Yep, we're going to be doing a launch night stream of Metroid Prime 4 when it goes live. So we'll be probably playing it for a few hours, past midnight on launch night, and then I'm gonna play it on my own, and then I'm gonna do a review on the game, and then we'll come back and probably play the full game live together. after I beat it. But Metroid games are not a game you want to play through. At least me personally, you want to play through with a live audience. It's way too distracting for your first time. You want to absorb the experience so you can really enjoy it instead of having a chat there trying to tell you where you need to go because you missed something. And nothing against anybody in chats. It's just that's just how Metroid games are. And it can really detract from your first time experiencing a game like Metroid Prime if you got the chat constantly telling you that you missed something, you need to go somewhere, or why are you going here? Look over this way. Or people coming in and spoiling the game, even worse. So yeah, we'll check it out. The first like 3 hours or so, and then I'm gonna go dark. I'm gonna go dark Samus, and I'm gonna play it on my own. Then I will review the game and tell you guys all about it. Okay, let's do this. Make sure we do this correctly here. Oh yeah, we gotta go to the other one. Fully expecting to get those sorts in your own chat. Yeah, exactly. Also, guys, I wanna warn you ahead of time. I'm warning you now, okay? The game is going to leak. Like the full game is going to leak on Switch 1. Not necessarily Switch 2, but definitely Switch 1. The game is going to leak. And all the information about the game is going to be on the internet probably about a week or so before the game is released. And that's just how things are in these releases. So it's going to be dangerous out there for spoilers. And it might be really unfortunate if we get spoiled by something on accident. But there in this day and age, it's kind of hard to prevent some of the spoilers. But I'm warning you now, man. If you don't want to have any spoilers, like 1 week before the game is released, just try to go dark, best that you can. The game will definitely be leaked on the internet, 100%. I definitely don't want to see it either. I'm gonna try to avoid stuff the best I can, but I'm an online personality, and I post on, X and everything. So hopefully it doesn't get spoiled too much, but I'll try my best not to look at it if something does happen. Okay. Banning Metroid Prime from all socials. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Good idea. Two does have the best mark ball. You're absolutely right. Leaked the final boss, and yeah, exactly. They put it in the thumbnail. That is the worst. That's the worst, guys, because then it's just like it just shows you it without even you having a choice sometimes. That's the absolute worst when that happens. Bunker up, boys. It's going to be a rough one when it comes to spoilers. I hope the two Chozos I can avoid them like the plague. They best bring the pirate theme back from Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, they probably will. Have variations on it, at least. Yeah, if you add up all the trailers, you see a lot of the stuff. True. All right, let's fight Dark Samus, guys, for the first time. Cool music. I always like the theme. Very pretty. Disintegrate.
Data received.
I believe it's time to get the dark beam, right? Finally. Very cool. I used to really want a Prime 4 Direct. Now it's so close, a person don't really want or need one. Exactly. Yeah, I never needed one anyway, but for marketing purposes, I always hoped that they would do that, but they didn't do it. Not yet, at least. If they are going to do it, they're saving it for the last second. Alright, there we go. We have another one there to get. Welcome, Eric. There it is. Yeah, I can almost guarantee they're gonna be like, my first hands-on impressions with Viola. Is it fun? And the answer's gonna be yes. It's gonna be typical media stuff, hands-on media impressions, and probably some new footage. I'm just hoping they don't do way too many spoilers, but what can you do at this point? They're gonna do what they're gonna do. Yeah, personally, I'm not really like interested in playing like early previews of Metroid Prime 4 at this point. If I was like in the press, I would just want the entire game like now. Like if you're gonna let me play it, just give me the review copy. I know it's ready. You know? No more teases. I've been waiting for 8.5 years for the game. Just give me the game to review if you're gonna give it to me. If not, I'll wait for the launch day. Yeah, just want it in my hands, exactly. There's some journal out there let something bad slip. Yeah, exactly. Turns out the desert isn't boring and empty like everyone said. Yeah. Yeah, Edward, welcome. I'm prepping for Prime 4. Yep, Prime 3 is next week. I first got to buy. I'm already buying the game 3 times. 1 copy for me, 2 copies for you guys, and so probably another copy for me too. That's a physical copy. So, but both. I'm getting the digital versions so I can play it on launch night. So yeah, I'm probably buying it 4 times or so at least. I know, it's crazy, right? 4 times for Metroid Prime 4. Okay, need light beam for that one. Eric says this was my first Metro game I ever played. It was my introduction. I was enamored by it. I don't care what Nintendo does as long as they release Prime 2 playable Switch 2, holding out hope. Nintendo has a long way to go before they sink to Disney's level. Nintendo just wants to be Disney. Yeah, that's true. They're not there yet. Nintendo's a Japanese company, so all right, Surplex, have a good one. Nintendo is a very conservative Japanese company, so they're actually how their management is run is actually the polar opposite of Disney. If you think about that for a second. Not saying they're not greedy, they definitely are, but they're not. They don't have the same type of compass, you could say, as Disney does. Prime Series inspired you to get into electrical engineering. Interesting. Turns out Viola is going to need gas for it to run. That's funny. Disney as in cute and family-friendly oriented mascots. I mean, well, they've always been that way. That's not anything new. Nintendo's been doing that since the early 80s. Welcome, Poc3S in Cram? What? Interesting names. I hope they remaster it too. They released their first actual in-house M-rated game. Oh, what game was that? Are you talking about Nintendo or Disney? When Nintendo they own the multiple M-rated IPs like Eternal Darkness, for example. As far as in-house, oh, the Smiling Man game, I guess. That who designed that game though from Nintendo's in-house? It wasn't their EAD team or something, right? Definitely not one of their top developers, right? Oh, Peaches and Cream. Oh, okay. I mean, do you see what game I'm streaming? Right? Like I'm trying to pay attention to a dark world here. Yeah, these creative names are gonna confuse me. Yeah, I gotta stop everything just to figure out how to pronounce someone's name. If they have backwards font. Yeah, Sakamoto, sure, but what is the team though? What's the team's name? What's up, Zodai? Watching at 2 times the speed to catch up. Oh my goodness. Just Nintendo EPD from what you can see. Okay. Yeah. At first glance, the name looks like P3 Aches. P3 Aches. P3 Aches, or something like that. That's funny. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 is. I'm really excited for the game. I can't wait. I'm very confident it's going to be great. Okay. Go with the light beam. Yeah, I know the 3's replace the E's. I remember how excited I got when Nintendo originally announced Metroid Prime 4 with a dark 4 and blue outline around it. Can you believe it? Can you guys believe that was 8.5 years ago? No, it was it? Yeah, 8.5 years ago, 2017. Oh my gosh. What happened? It's insane, man. How long did Ocarina of Time take to come out when they announced it to when it was released? 2 years. They pretty much announced it when the Nintendo 64 came out in 1996 and they released it in 1998. Game development, as you know, has gotten longer and longer and longer. And longer. Depending on how old you are, 8 years could be like you were in like elementary school, and then now you're already got a job and you graduated from high school type stuff. I mean, that's an insane amount of time for people who were kids when the game was announced. Absolutely insane. 2019 is when they announced the delay, restart development. So that was over 6 years ago. Even that's been a long time. Waffle Boy, that was you. You were 11 when Prime 4 was announced. I wasn't even a Metroid fan back then. Oh my gosh, you see what I mean, man? Your entire life has changed. Like literally, your life is totally different now. It's insane. Let's get some more light beam ammo if we can. Alright, all out. Not to worry. Don't need it really. It's nice to have though. That. And we got the big boy. Northern Lights are out tonight, tomorrow. Catch them if you're interested. Cool. Yeah, Prime 3 has strayed a bit too much, I would say. It's still a great game, but yeah, some people couldn't get past the Wii controls. Alright, we'll have to come back for that when we have the other super missiles. Yeah, we all want a remaster. Cool. Uh-huh. Nice. Prime for a big release. I mean, it certainly is for me, man. And for everybody here, it's a big release. Tell that to Nintendo, because they haven't really marketed the game as big as they could. So we can only hope that the game sells really well. But I can't wait for it. So. All right, let's let's go back. Razer now direct for it. That's Nintendo. So, you know, Nintendo has a lot of money. They could easily easily market the game a lot more than what they are right now. All right, so we can't do anything more here. Let's go back. Not right now, at least. Well, I mean, it's been almost 20 years since Metroid Prime 3, and the game doesn't look like Metroid Prime 3 as far as like how it's being displayed. You know what I mean? Like the world and everything. It looks like one world. Doesn't look like the same type of game as Metroid Prime 3 does. What controller do you think I'll use? I'll probably try the mouse and mouse controls, and I'll also try the dual analog. I'm really comfortable with the dual analog, so I don't know. But the mouse, I know the mouse. Everyone says the mouse feels really good too. So we'll try out both on launch night. And I'll see. I'll give you my first impressions. How about that? Okay. All right, that's our destination. But I need to access it in the dark world. So we need to get back over here. think I'm going the right way, right? Feel like you want to do that for exploration, but try mouse for combat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have the art book, guys. I have it. It's fantastic. It's gorgeous. Do you think the biomes would be as big as the Deep Explorer's previous Prime game areas were? Because all the areas we've seen so far have been tiny. How do you know they're tiny, Dark Space? They've only shown you small little parts of these areas, but like there's been big, gigantic like scenery that they've shown in parts of the trailers. So they certainly don't seem to be small to me. But if you're expecting a big open world game, I don't think that's not what Metroid Prime is all about. It's not about having just a gigantic open world. It's about how the game is designed to explore. I think a good balance. It looks very balanced to me. It looks very well designed. Likely you'll be using Viola to get in between the big biome areas, and then within each biome area we'll have lots to explore, obviously. Is there a reason its name is the first half of a category of games? Huh? Oh, there is a reason. Saw you're not talking too much. You're getting over a cold that your nephew has spread to your whole family. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Shinigami, but you realize that typing is not talking with your voice. But if you feel too weak to type, then I understand that. It just sounded funny the way you said that. Usually when people have a cold and they don't want to talk because they have a cold. Okay. Just want to make sure that was intentional. Game design that follows the Metroid Castlevania type of gameplay, exploring and having to backtrack progress. Exactly, yeah. Once we beat this boss, guys, it'll be a lot easier to traverse the dark world. It's really, I mean, that's really the main, I think one of the big reasons why people were like, dang, I don't like this game. I'm taking so much damage so fast. Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking amongst yourselves. My favorite Prime game is Metroid Prime 1, and second is Metroid Prime 2, and third is Metroid Prime 3. But yeah, the game is very unforgiving on new players. Let's just be honest, right? This game is very unforgiving for new players. It gives you more damage faster in the beginning of the game, and that can be really discouraging for people who are just trying to figure out where to go when they get lost. I can totally understand the frustration some people have with this game. But once you get past Agon Waste and you get to Dark Suit, it gets a lot more free flowing, less cumbersome as far as like being stopped in your tracks a lot. Welcome, Gage. Yeah, I'm hyped for Metroid Prime 4, man. Basement Reviewer, first time you played Prime 2, didn't like it as much. People like this consider one as good as Prime 1. Yeah, almost as good. This. Yeah, I agree with you. The bosses in Prime 2 I think are the best. 100%. Easily. I think Prime 3 has the worst bosses, and then Prime 2 is the best, followed by then Prime 1. They did a great job on these bosses. Let's be honest. For a first boss, this boss is way better designed than the Flagra from Metroid Prime 1. Metroid Prime game in 4K. Fusion is your favorite Metroid game? Oh, okay, cool. Ooh, close. This boss takes a bit of time to beat, but it's pretty fun. Yeah, not having Ridley, I think, was a good idea, because it feels like Ridley is overused. Like, they rely on giving you this epic boss fight because it's Ridley. You don't have to have Ridley to have a really good boss fight. And the less of him, the better, because it makes it more epic when you do fight him. You don't want him in every single game. Starts to become too cliche at that point. Well, we're at full health. I'm not even using my light beam. I should use it. Oh, he don't like that. He doesn't like that. You don't like the light beam, do you? Yeah, I know Eric. Should be it. No, I don't think it makes you heal faster. I think what it does is it kills enemies that enter in them almost instantaneously. So if you shoot the light orbs with the light beam, it makes them super powerful. So when, like, if a space pirate walks into it, they'll disintegrate instantaneously, just, which is really cool. Oh wow! Thanks so much for the likes. We already. I wasn't even asking. We're almost to 120 likes. You guys ready to go to Torvus Bog? We're gonna go there soon. Let's see if we can hit 125 likes right now. Everybody hit that like button for me. Let's get more people coming in to enjoy Metroid Prime 2. One of the best games of all time, in my opinion. Fantastic. What the heck's going on? Shaken. Shaken, not stirred. Yeah, we got the dark suit finally. Looks like we have this way. Now we don't take that much damage. The Dark World was a lot friendlier. A lot friendlier place now. So this is one example of where they could have had like a portal here to the light world, or oh yeah, basically just like a portal here to the light world would have been really nice if they had one like appear here after you put your power in here. Because then if you go to the light world, you can also put the power from the suit into the light world's place as well, without having to go all the way back and around, you know, manually there. I think that would have been a good idea. Good idea. Let's go now. Do it. Do it. I can't help it. I have to do some Arnold. Too fun. Portal is straight on across and to the left. You sound great. That's funny. Sound like honored. See if we can go into that on our way back. That's one thing I like to do is I like to get as many items as I can on the way back to areas, so you don't do way too much backtracking. See, that guy died instantly. I need more ammo. Yeah, can we get to 125 likes, guys? Let's go. So close. Come on, do it. Do it. Hit the like button now. Come on. Oh my gosh. Don't just sit there. Hit the like button now. Come on. Let's go. All right. Dark suit, your least favorite design? Yeah, I don't really like it that much either. It's just not doesn't pop enough for me, but I know some people like it a lot. I mean, it's okay. I like what it does for me, but like visually it doesn't look that great. Yeah, go back. Fill up on some ammo. Why don't you guys come over here while it's fun? Come on, come over here. Come into the light. Step into the light. Alright, looks like he's dead. Are you alone and not really caring for the new Prime 4 suits? How many suits did they show? They showed one suit. So you're saying you don't like her Varia suit? Because they only show him two. See, there's a good example. Death is immediate. Right. The Viola suit looks pretty cool to me. I really like it. I think it looks awesome, actually. That's actually the first I've ever heard anybody say anything negative about the Viola suit. I haven't heard anybody say it looks bad. I've heard people say things, bad things about the bike, but not the actual Viola suit. I thought it was really cool. But you're definitely entitled to your opinion, that's for sure, if you don't like it. I respect that. Okay. Oh, we need to get back to the portal, to the the big room area. Let's go back. I just have toned down the viola to a bit too much design for your personal preference. Oh, okay. What'd you say? I'm partial to the way she looked in Prime 1. Very clunky. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. So cool. You're thinking of imagining another suit with more LEDs? Well, I mean, that's kind of like the Phazon suit from Prime 3. Very glowy. But you know, we've only really seen one new suit in Prime 4, so my guess is since we know there's like a snow level, we know there is a lava area, we know there's a forest, so we're gonna have probably at least two other suits So, because usually there's at least 3 suits in Prime games, right? At least. If you don't... let's see, if you count the Varia suit... So Prime 1 had the gravity suit, had the Phazon suit, it had the Varia suit, and it had the power suit. But like the Varia suit is something you had started the game with. So yeah, you're gonna have at least 3 suits. As far as brand new suits, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing that we don't know. We don't know if they're going to do the Metroid Prime 3 thing where the Phazon suit is the only suit that you get, and it just gradually like progresses and gets more intense looking. So we don't know if they're going to do it that way or not. Yeah, Darth OP. So we don't know. The Viola suit may be the only one, and that like progressively changes into something else. We don't know, but I personally like it. Either way, we'll see. We know that it's always the case that Samus always transforms into something else towards the end of the game, so you can almost guarantee she's not going to look like the Viola suit, the base suit at the end of the game. JD, I think I was saying it earlier. I think they're going to be showing like hands-on impressions of Viola, the bike. Viola suit's awesome. You just wish it was black and purple instead of black and red. Alright, Kieran, have a good night's sleep. Thanks for coming out, man. What are you asking about, Jimmy? The original suit in Prime 1? What about it? All right, so to get to Torvus Bog, we got to do a few tricks and dips and flips first, and we'll be collecting some items on the way back, on the way there. And as far as this area is concerned, with the dark and light doors, we're not going to explore those until towards the end game, because each of those takes you to places that you can't really upgrade much more once you get there. It's like a here's the thing that you can't do, so it's like pretty much a waste of your time to do that now. I only know that because I played this game before, so multiple times. Hope the game don't start with missile offline, morph ball offline. Oh yeah, exactly. I hope not. Looks clean. Welcome, Boston. If they would have made her arm cannon react ball on the bike, they would have needed that huge clunky handlebar monstrosity. Yeah, you never know. Welcome, Peter. Peter Cottontail, hopping down the bunny trail. Welcome. Late to the party here, but where did the 4K mod come from? And is it running on some kind of emulator like Dolphin? Yeah, it's Dolphin. Everything's in the description, guys. All your questions or answers are in the description. I think I already got this. Yeah. Prime Hack, Dolphin, Switch Pro Controller, mod support, all that stuff is all in the description. All the links are there. Texture packs, all that stuff. Alan MTG Limited. I'm not 100% saying this. Who said I'm not going to? It says right there in the title that I'm gonna do 100%. This is the part 1 of at least a three-part playthrough. It's called optimizing your playthrough. I was saying I'm not going to go through those doors because it's not worth going there because I can't do anything much there until later. So I don't want to, instead of going to that area twice, I'm going to go there once. First time catching a stream. Welcome, Megadetta? Oh. I just beat this game yesterday for the first time. Fantastic game. Though personally I thought it was slightly weaker than Prime 1. Just started Prime 3 today. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think it's just barely not as good as Prime 1. Just barely, but mainly due to Agon Waste being a step down. But it really makes up for it in Torvus Bog and Sanctuary Fortress. Hey, what's up, Daddy D2A? What's up, man? Love that avatar you have. Came by to say hi. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you, man. Appreciate your many years of support. If you guys don't know, Daddy D2A was the winner of Metroid Dread, I believe. I think it was Metroid Dread, right? I gave you a physical copy of that, or was it Metroid Prime Remastered? One of the two. I think it was Metroid Dread. But maybe it was Metroid Prime Remastered. I think I did a giveaway of both of those games. Let me double check something real quick here. Alright. Oh, light beam for that. But before we do that, I really need to make sure I save. I need to save my game soon. I'm afraid. I'm getting afraid. Getting afraid of a crash. Oh, Metroid Prime Master, that's right. Yeah, no problem, man. Glad you won. I'm gonna go back. Just in case, I'm gonna go save really quick because there's a part over here that has crashed in the past. I don't want to take that risk of losing all my progress. Get this. I need to go higher anyway, though. Hold on a second. Okay, path to Torvus. Oh, so this is blocked off for me. Oh boy. I gotta talk to the alien guy first. Yeah, that much I don't agree with Megadetta. I think the bosses are better in Prime 2 than Prime 1. Yeah, I do feel about the bosses are better. A little bit more challenging. Just gonna skip him. Increased graphical fidelity over the first game when Echoes released 25%. Yeah. Thank you. It can take a minute for Dark Samus. For me too. Every time I fight that boss, I always have a moment where I gotta remember how I'm supposed to make the energy go into Dark Samus. How long am I going to play tonight? A couple more hours, likely. For about 5 hours total. It's my plan. Well, I guess we can just go now. Ooh, scary. Hey, welcome, AD. You really asking that question, Jimmy? Wow. Do you not know who's making Metroid Prime 4? Oop. Oh, no. Okay, I'm okay. Oh, I see. Alright. Gotta go back the other way like this. The desert in Prime 4 has a Lamorne tower surrounded by a force field. Thoughts? Well, we'll find out when we play it. Cedric is gaming. Welcome, buddy. I remember you. Yeah, I remember you from before. I'm guessing Artisan is that you'll be able to find some place to deactivate that force field in the game. That's usually how it works in Metroid games. Good job, buddy. Give me 1 second, guys. We get a small expansion to Prime 4 as a mini sequel. We could start that spaced out as well through the training. I love Doom and Dark Ages, but it's just not the same without Mick Gordon. Music was forgettable. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. Raphael, welcome. You're just in time for Torvus Bog. If they do an Ocarina of Time remake, would you live stream it? Probably. That's a fantastic game, and a remake of that would be amazing. Oh, yes. I was worried for a second there about a possible crash in a couple of those transitions, but we made it. We welcome you to Torvus Bog. If you enjoy nice cloudy skies and rain and beautiful, relaxing music, you're in the right place.
Recording to logbook.
Thank you, guys. Can we get to 150 likes? How about that? We're only 15 likes away from 150. Would you be down for a third-person IG open world game? What does that mean? In Beyond style? What do you mean IG? I know what you mean by IG. Torvus Bog is great, and I understood why many people liked it. Once he finished it, yep. Absolutely. A lot of videos use this background music, yep. Yeah, water levels definitely have some of the best music always. Torvus is a home to many creatures, and some of them are even influencers. They live down in the lower Torvus area, and they're called blogs. That's funny. Almost sneezing here. Could sneeze at any moment for some reason. Hit that feeling. Either we're gonna sneeze or not sneeze. All right, good night. Flightless chicken. Yeah, my Metroid Prime 4, we're going to be streaming the first like 3 hours of the game, like when it releases at midnight, December 3rd, December 4th, and then I'm going to play the entire game on my own, because I do not want to be streaming that game I first played through, because for many reasons. It's a Metroid game. You want to experience that alone and discover all the secrets on your own without a chat, chatting at you, trying to get you to go here, get you to go there. It's a lot more distracting, but playing these games when you already know them with the chat is a lot of fun. But after I beat it, then we'll play it on stream, like the whole game. We'll definitely check it out first night. You don't have to fight those guys. After I demo Metroid Prime Pinball, then our Dark Torvus employee called Mr. Boost Guarding will help you set things up for you. Sounds like some kind of Metroid place of work. The last boss, it might be Silex, or it could be another like big monster thing. That's what they did in Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime 3, and like Dark Samus was the final boss in Metroid Prime 2, but it was like almost like a secondary final boss, because the first final boss, the Ing final boss, the Ing like Emperor, felt more like a final boss than Dark Samus did. So it's hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Okay. Oh yeah, you gotta go to the top for that one. We'll get that later. Oh, okay, yeah. I can't go in there just yet. I don't have super things. Gotta get the super thing. What are you most excited about Metroid Prime 4? Just having a new Metroid Prime game to play. Brand new discoveries, brand new music, brand new boss encounters, brand new suits, just everything. Everything is gonna be so good. Maybe we save again. Just having a brand new Metroid Prime experience for the first time in almost 20 years, exploring everything, having everything feel new, because we played these games for so many times. What system am I playing on? All the information is in the description. But if you must know, I'm playing on the NES. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. All right, let me go here. But, you know, I will do that. People don't tend to check the pinned comment, though. They're still going to ask. But hey. I can have they literally saying what I'm doing in the title, and people will still ask. There, that's a new pinned comment. Somebody asked me if I was doing a 100% playthrough, which means they didn't even see the title also. So it happens. You can only do so much to inform people. It's an emulator. A Dolphin is an emulator for playing these games. Wait a second. Let me go back over here. Gotta love that dark suit, not taking that much damage. So I should be able to do that now from over here. Go back to the light world. Yeah. Some people may not see the full title because they're on their mobile device, so it's possible they can't see the title fully. So I could understand that maybe because it's not like at the first letter, first like word. Richard says you see it all and you're on your phone. Okay. Like I said, I can't speak for people. Yeah, yeah. The Dark Commandos, they don't give you any benefit to fight them. They're just there to waste your time. Unfortunately. You just gotta wait them out. Gives you a guide to watch when you play in the future. Yeah. Sounds good. I see something. That's all it was. Okay. To get that later. Thank you. Thank you. Now we can get to where we need to go. Make sure you get the bomb here. I mean, not the bomb, the entry tank. Now we can go back easily because we have the shortcut. So, time for the super missile, guys. Yes, 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 yes. Very good. Now we're so close to 150 likes. Wow. Keep up the good work, guys, and your engagement. Appreciate you. Okay. Fair enough. You have the least experience with Prime 2, so you're glad to watch Dave play and you get a better feel for it. That backtracking gets you lost. I understand. Understand completely. Yeah, Torvus Bog music is really good. Great warrior comes to the temple of Torvus. May you succeed where I failed. I am Avok, the last sentinel of this temple. Heed my words carefully. I am green. As you can see, this temple has been crippled by the ravages of war. While the main chamber has been mostly preserved, the remainder of the temple has been flooded. You must use your abilities to venture into these flooded areas and find the keys you need to enter the Dark Temple. The waters of Dark Aether are foul and venomous. Avoid them if you can. Updated your translator module. You can access devices and doors coded with emerald holograms. Search areas now open to you. Play with GameCube, yep. Welcome, Cafe Man. Yeah, GameCube progressive scan was cool at the time. The Ying will seek your light with great zeal. Do not underestimate them. Time for talk is over. Good hunting, and may the light of Aether guide your aim. Energy fully replenished. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, if you've never played Metroid Prime 2 before, I highly suggest to go ahead and read as much of the lore you can. You can understand more about Luminoth and their history and the planet and everything. I'm sure Darth OP will inform people if they have any questions about the Luminoth's lore and history. Easily sum it up. Best music? Overall, probably the Metroid Prime 1, and followed closely by Metroid Prime 2. These are all opened. Okay, we won't be going here. Not right now. Now that we have the seeker missiles, we need to get the boost ball. Yeah, Metroid Prime 2. I mean, has some of the best music in the entire series. Like no doubt about it. I think Metroid Prime 1 though has more tracks. Like, this game has less music tracks that are really, really good. Metroid Prime 1 has the most music tracks that are fantastic. Like, more of them. So I gotta give it to Metroid Prime 1. Which game was longer, 1 or 2? I would say 2 is longer. Mechanicus 128. Do you like the book art of Metroid Prime series? Yeah, I do. I was just looking at it the other day. I have it with me. There it is. That's our destination for the boost ball. And we can go the long way though and take a look at this area first. Go that way. Yeah, Metroid Dread didn't have very many memorable tracks, unfortunately, for that, but hey, it was still a great game. We need the Seeker Missile for that. Don't forget the missile turret over here. Turret. Missile expansion. So used to playing these shooter games that missile turrets everywhere trying to kill you. Brio has a fire song. Yeah, literally fire in Brio. What do I think of Corruption? Metroid Prime Corruption, the third game? I think it's a great game. It's my third favorite in the series, but it's still a great game. Watching this while I develop a Metroidvania. Okay. Guess you're developing a game right now while you're watching this. Come in here, guys, where the fire is hot. Nice and warm. There you go. F-Zero games have great music. Such a shame we haven't got a new one. Yeah, I know, man. F-Zero GX, for example, has one of the best soundtracks of any racing game like ever. Amazing soundtrack. Okay, up and up we go. Where we'll end up, no one knows. Did an F-Zero fan buy 50,000 worth of Nintendo shares to see if they were making anything F-Zero? Shellholders were just like, nah, I don't know about that. Two can be a lot more stressful, but I think overall you prefer Prime 2 to 1. Definitely a game that especially you already have played Metroid Prime 1. Yeah. Yeah, and from the looks of Prime 4, it looks like they're easing you into that game pretty well. Because we've been shown the opening of the game when Samus lands onto the planet there to help fight with the Federation. It looks like pretty straightforward gameplay that they ease you into. Scanning, morph falling, shooting your missile, that kind of stuff. Seems pretty straightforward. Nothing like too complicated. Oh gee, I really could use a faster boost ball. Faster ball in general. I mean, oops, I didn't mean to spoil the game. I wish I had a faster boost ball. I mean a faster morph ball. This boss is fun. I'm gonna do that. You're gonna do your thing already? Man. Try to lay your bombs in front of them, and you'll be fine. You sent my list of my equipment to Chat GPT, and the AI is impressed with my setup. Wow, that is pretty funny. I'm sure it would be. I do have the most powerful gaming PC pretty much that you can buy without buying multiple GPUs. So I'm sure it's impressed. You little rascal. Lock on the right guy, please. He's almost dead. We're playing this area about corruption. The Wii controls can tire you out. Too old. Yeah, I get you. Dave's setup has got ChatGPT's seal of approval. Most impressive. Yeah, back in, what was it? Was it April? I think it was back in April. I did an unboxing of my RTX 5090 live here on stream. That was fun. He's dead. Yeah, a 21-year-old game I'm playing, but I'm playing it on Dolphin with graphics mods and all kinds of stuff installed, 4K textures, all that good stuff. Which means I need to have my powerful PC to run it. Oh. How are you able to get a Founders Edition? Well, interestingly enough, I was contacted by Nvidia. I'm not kidding. And they offered to sell me the Founders Edition because I entered in their preferred customer buying. I applied to be one of their preferred customers to buy. So I kind of like reserved my RTX 5090 back in February. So as soon as they got one in stock, they contacted me and offered to sell to me the RTX 5090 at retail price. So $199.99 was what I bought it for. There was no scalping, nothing. because yeah, you can't find those anymore. And it is by far like the best GPU I've ever had, obviously performance-wise, but like as far as like how it's built, it is by far the best GPU I've ever owned in its build quality. The build quality is incredible. It's a 2-slot GPU that requires 600 watts of power. It's unheard of to have a GPU that runs this well, this small, and and hardly outputs any heat for what it does. Like, yeah, it's a little bit hotter than an RTX 4090, but it's not by much. So I'm real happy with it. And when you pair this sucker with the 9800X 3D like I have, oof, ay caramba. That's why you're seeing me stream Chronos: The New Dawn on PC at 120 frames per second, max setting 4K with full ray tracing. You gotta have that beast PC. You have an RTX 5090 Founders Edition, not too happy with it. It gets hot. PCIe 5.0 problems, it fries your CPU. Huh. Yeah, I haven't had that problem. That can depend on a lot of things, like your size of your case, your motherboard, and the type of CPU that you have. If you have a CPU that already runs hot, then and the GPU is too close to it due to how your motherboard is situated, yeah, you could easily fry your CPU. You gotta get more cooling. Not even necessarily water cooling. You need to get a really good air cooler. What I use is Noctis, the Noctis cooler. I'm not sure if it's in my description. It may not be. Oh yeah, I don't have my cooler listed in my description. Maybe I'll put that in there when I get a chance. For my PC specs. Yeah, Noctua. You're right. I'm not saying Noctis. That's a Final Fantasy character. Get my things mixed up. I have a Noctua cooler. But I'll tell you a little trick that I do, RTN, to keep my CPU even cooler. I tune it. I undervolt it. So my CPU, my 9800X 3D is undervolted, which makes it actually boost clock to 5.2 gigahertz. And no, 5.4 gigahertz. Sorry, 5.4 gigahertz. It boosts consistently to 5.4 gigahertz, and it stays under 70 C for the most part in high CPU loaded areas with a Noctua cooler, which is good when you're playing games like that. I'm talking about like high intensive CPU games that are for a long period of time. It stays under 70 C. In normal play, it's like 45 to 50 C. You know what I mean? But like really intensive games, it can get into the 60s. But like if you're the TJ max of that, I believe it's like 90. It's like 99 degrees or 99 C or 98 C is TJ max on the 9800X 3D. Okay, well, hey man, I can't speak for your rig, so I can only go by what you're telling me. Every motherboard and every because you have two boards. Well, what you're using two boards at the same time? Yeah, I can't help you there. Okay, so I got the boost ball. Now we need to get the seeker missiles, of course. Hey, thanks guys. Looks like we got over 150 likes. Really appreciate that. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about PC tech stuff as far as like how to get your best performance of your PC. I'm trying to play a game here. But like with anything, PC gaming can be a trial and error kind of thing. Very specific use case scenarios for certain things can work better for other people. Your motherboard, your case, what have you. So. Okay. Well, you're having a PCI connector issue. Well. Anyway, good luck with your PC, man. Hope you get it working better. I recommend AMD 100%. Intel CPUs, you draw way too much power and they get way too hot. They used to not be that way, but now there's no way I can recommend an Intel CPU. If you're comparing it to AMD, I can't really recommend one. But, I mean, they'll work fine for you. They'll run a lot hotter, and they'll use up a lot more power for you. which is, I don't see why you would want that. But if you're an Intel fanboy, then I would recommend a 14,000 series. Don't get the newest one. The newest one's garbage. It's like the i something 285 or 2 something, the newest one. Don't get that. What's up, Monkey Stack? Yeah, RTN. I've heard that about some people's use case scenarios. With the Founders Edition. But hey, man, I've had literally no problems whatsoever with mine, so I have nothing to praise for it. Nothing to praise for mine. And I'm really glad that I got one, the Founders Edition, because those other GPUs, those other RTX 5090s are super expensive, $2,500 to $3,000, and they're gigantic behemoth monsters of GPUs. They're like insanely big. They're insanely big GPUs. Way too big. Like taking up 3.5 to 4 slots. Like, give me a break. Get back. I caught you live and say hi, big Metroid fan. Been following your channel for years. Oh, cool. Did I call you Monkey Stack? I'm sorry. Money Stack. I think I called you Monkey Stack, didn't I? Well, that's fun, right? It's a nice name. Monkeys are nice. Do you think you could do a live stream review of Metroid Prime 4 with Rob, Joey, and Andres Restar if the game came out? It'd be great to hear your thoughts. Yeah, we've talked about that. Andres, Rob, Joey, and me have all discussed that in private chat. We would love to do that. I'm sure we will. The problem is finding the time and the schedule to line up for all four of us is really hard. Because Rob has a really busy full-time job. I have a busy full-time job. Joey has a busy full-time job with the children. So really, the most available one who always has time is or has more time is Andres Restart. Because I think he's trying to actually do YouTube for a living, which means that he's always going to be available to be on camera. But for myself, Joey, and Rob, we all work full time. YouTube is a fun hobby. But we've been doing it for a very long time, and we like what we do. And like I've always said, doing YouTube for a job sounds interesting, but in practice, knowing how I work, you know, like as far as like how my mind is, it'll be really hard for me to do YouTube for work because I'll get burned out and I will start losing like motivation to make content, and also losing ideas of what to talk about, because there's only so many topics you can cover until you run out of things to talk about, and then you're searching for things to talk about that are interesting, and it's hard because sometimes there's just nothing to talk about. Henceforth, people have to force their way through making YouTube content, which turns into grifting. Okay, we're not going to go there yet. And as you know, grifting is very popular to do because you have to force a certain narrative to get viewership, which means that your actual opinion is fake. And that is something I never want to do. So, the whole reason why I even did do YouTube in the first place is because I was motivated to make content that I wasn't seeing on YouTube. Like I really get I get like motivated to make content that people are not making. Usually it involves something that I have found that nobody has talked about, and that gets me excited because I just can discover stuff, share it with you guys, and we can all talk about it and get excited about it. That's what's always motivated me to do YouTube. Or, you know, doing like analysis videos on like graphics comparisons. That always excites me. I love talking tech stuff. So definitely a fun outlet to have, you know. You can really really just like let loose and share your interest to the full and share it with thousands of people, and it's really fun. But you need to be unique about it. You know what I mean? You need to have some unique, something unique that you like add to the conversation, not just copying people. We gotta go up, do it over here actually. Money stack, not monkey stack. I agree, because most people don't really play Metroid Prime and graphics stuff. Yeah, true. And talk. Political grifters obviously ruined a large majority of online discussion because that technique started being adopted for purposes that aren't even political. Yeah, and it's gone into the gaming sphere as well because it's easy clicks. All right, here we go. We gotta get the this thing out of the shielding here. So there's a specific pattern you gotta follow. If you go to the red one, and you spin it once, I think. Yeah, and go to the yellow one after that. Spin this 3 times. That's 2. It's 3. Then you go to the aqua one. Spin the aqua one once. And then you go and spin the purple one twice. That should open up Sesame for us. Very good. That's how you do that. Welcome IntelliBit. Yeah, see the pinned comment and look at my description. All the information's there for you, buddy. Yep, and you hit the nail on the head there, Darth. Your take on grifters is if your opinion is fake, your content is worthless no matter what your take is. Yeah, exactly. Guys on YouTube do these reviews, and they want their opinion to. They want to have their cake and eat it too, which means they want to have a lot of subscribers. They want to have a lot of views on their videos, but they also want to have their opinion be trusted. How do you do that? Some guys do a fantastic job because they actually do have trusted opinions, and they have a huge following. They have like some kind of like really like good talent in how they do reviews of games, but there's an overwhelming amount of those guys who do that kind of stuff. They were using a very specific lure tactic to get people to watch their reviews. They'll say it's woke, they'll say it's this or that, they'll go along the political angle to get them more viewership. Not because they are actually have genuine opinions, though. It's because they're looking for controversy to get them to make videos to have the controversy for people to watch. So for me, I think having a trusted opinion is far, far, far more valuable than like having 100,000 subscribers. Way more valuable. It's priceless. If you can be respected and everyone knows that your opinion is like the truth and they can trust what you're saying, that's a priceless gift, man. That's priceless. All right, since we're here, we got the seeker missiles. Let's get some of these goodies in the temple area. That's one HD port with the modern controls, with the remastered 2 and 3, like 1, and mouse control, and maybe 4K 60 or 1080p like Prime 4. That would be insane. Yeah, they could easily do that. Hope they do. Yeah, and I've been doing YouTube for 15 years, so that I find that the only way you can actually get a trusted opinion is if you are actually honest. as surprising as that is, which means you're gonna upset some people along the way, and I've done that because people don't like some of my opinions. Sometimes they think maybe I'm too negative on certain subjects. But you honestly can't. Let's go back down here. You honestly can't get a trusted opinion if you're only positive about everything you cover and everything's great and amazing. After a while, people are never gonna trust you. They're gonna be like, "How can everything be great? This game sucks, or this has this problem." Doesn't work that way. Welcome, Cherry Man. Whoa, you've been watching me since the NX codename. So since 2015? Wow. Thanks, man. Yeah, Money Stack. They said that about Prime 2 and 3 back like years ago though, so we don't know if things have changed since then. I would like to believe that, but yeah. Yeah, Richard, I've been around since 2015 or 2010. Considered an OG. This is the reason I go to YouTube, for the honest opinion from real people. Not to hear fake noise from paid shills. Yeah. Caught a lot of hate from your videos and stuff. Yeah. Says the NX as well. Yeah. Thanks, Chair, man. So the thing is. Is that you need to have balance. So you need to be clear about when you really like something for real and when you really dislike something for real. People don't like it when everything is like an 8 out of 10. Oh yeah, you know, I got the new game. It's an 8 out of 10. Oh, the next new game. It's an 8 out of 10. You know, it's good. That gets so like ridiculous because that's just not how it is. So many reviews are like that, very safe, or they'll be extremely negative all the time, or they'll be overly positive and they'll be worshiping the company like their god all the time. So they end up getting one type of audience. So as soon as they start saying they dislike something because they get tired of doing the same old crap with their content, then that's when their audience gets upset with them. Hey, you're supposed to be positive about everything. What's wrong with you? Hey, welcome Nintendo Prime. I got a notification that says Prime and his viewers are here or something. Yeah, we're having fun talking YouTube and playing Metroid Prime 2. People are asking me questions, you know. Just gotta roll with it. Welcome Nintendo Prime and the Nintendo Prime channel. What's up, guys? We've already done a lot on tonight's stream so far. We've already been in Torvus Bog, and now we're getting some extra upgrades and everything, and proceeding from here. Thank you for the super chat, Benny. Had to come to raid your stream and feed hamsters. We're all out of hamsters. You talking about Rick? I'm not gonna lie, that Rick from Kirby's Air Riders might be the best thing about that game, honestly. I kid you not. He's like the cutest, like, funny looking creature in that game. It's really funny. All right. No. Come on, Nate. Don't you like Rick? Everyone likes Rick. If I do end up buying Kirby Air Riders, that's probably going to be my main is Rick. Forget about the pink Pepto-Bismol bubblegum ball thing. Forget about him. I'm gonna play as Rick. Rick's a real man. Sounds like Nate doesn't like Rick, huh? a little too cute for you. Nice. Poor guy getting Rick rolled in the chat. Prime really loves hamsters. He's obsessed with them. That's funny. So you new guys coming in, have you played Metroid Prime 2 before? Don't assault your boy Kirby. Kirby's aight, you know. But come on now. We're talking about Rick. Like, seriously. Rick. Can't compete with Rick, man. You don't remember the arm cannon being so shiny? Actually, it was on GameCube. It was more shiny than the Wii version. Oh, trust me. Yeah, go look up Rick Oscar on Google. Rick in Kirby Air Riders, and he's been the talk of the town ever since he burst on the scene. Yeah, the scan visor. Yeah, I thankfully in Metroid Prime games, you don't get penalized for not scanning anything. You know, like or everything. They give you credit for getting all the items, but you don't have to scan anything. Unless only the required stuff you gotta scan to open up doors and stuff. Thankfully. I'm not that huge of a fan of scanning. Big fan of the games, but I feel scanning everything just breaks up the pace of the game. Not necessarily in my first playthrough. I'm talking about like my on like my 100th playthrough. Like this is like I played through this game like a million times at this point. Let's get this over here. 22 games left to play the games. Yep. We'll be playing Metroid Prime 3 next week, guys. Same schedule, same times. Make sure you're subscribed for that. Yeah, if your first couple times playing, you're gonna want to scan most stuff to read the lore for sure, man, for sure. But you know, after you played it like 100 times, thankfully you don't have to do that to still get credit to get the best ending. Alright, coming back over here. Also played through multiple times. Yeah, man. Yep, this is locked. We'll come back to this later. Prime games are a masterpiece that most have not even played. No wonder they score so high in reviews. Yeah, true. Very true. What are you trying to ask me, Mechanicus? Okay, let's go in here. I think I can get something. I think this is only where the key is. We'll have to come back to that later. We'll go the other way and get the missile upgrade. Are you asking what my expectation is for Prime 4? I think it's going to probably be really highly rated. Likely higher than Metroid Prime 3, because Metroid Prime 3 was a 90 on Metacritic. Metroid Prime 2, I believe, was a 95, I think. And Metroid Prime 1 was like a 97 on Metacritic. So somewhere between a like 92 and a 95 might be a good range for Metroid Prime 4. Anything higher than that will be like icing on the cake. Like that would mean they really like knocked it out of the park. But I don't want to set my hopes that crazy high, because that could make it better rated than Metroid Prime 1, which seems doubtful. Because usually sequel games don't rate higher than the best masterpiece of the series type thing. You know, you never know. Yeah, you're right about that. I think it's going to be the best game of the year for Nintendo for sure. That's my feeling. Go back this way. Yeah, I think Donkey Kong Bonanza is a 91 on Metacritic. I would say that's about right. That's about where I would say it deserves to be. That's how you get back. $93 is fair. Well, it's not much different than where it landed. Okay, looks like I can go somewhere there. In the dark world. Remember, you got to think about two worlds. Just get this lined up correctly. Oh my goodness, these guys are shooting at me. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Darth OP. Yeah, it's a great game. You hope Metroid Prime sells over 5 million. Do you think Sagus is the main villain? Yeah, he seems like he is. For Ridley, I could take him or leave him. I don't have to see. I don't have to see Ridley. I would prefer to see like more original characters if possible. But if they do have Ridley there, I'm not going to complain. That should be cool. I just want something from Nintendo to get Game of the Year. I don't think that's going to happen. Because it's not going to be Metroid Prime 4, because Metroid Prime 4 is coming out too late in the year. It doesn't qualify to make the list of Game of the Year contenders. Because it's coming out too late. And it's not going to be Donkey Kong Bonanza, because it just simply didn't rate high enough. It's probably going to be Claire Obscure 30 Expedition 33. It's going to win it. Unless they change the rules, yeah, yeah, exactly. Would appreciate it really from the past if there's time travel. Yeah, true, Luis. I agree. I agree with you. Oh, for this you need the special visor for that. I don't have it yet. Okay. We'll have to come back for that one. You're going to throw down the gauntlet and say by the end of its lifetime, Metroid Prime 4 sold 12.7 million units? Wow. I mean, it's coming out the first year of Switch too, so that's actually not impossible. It would have to turn into an evergreen game though, which is hard to do when the game doesn't have any multiplayer. And it'll be unheard of for a Metroid Prime game to be evergreen. But I mean, anything's possible. Death Stranding 2, yeah. Alright, so I have to get on the other side of that to open that up and do our shortcut. There we are. In time, the roar of a wounded planet subsided. The air, though foul, was breathable. Light made its way through the dark veil over our world. Slowly, we ventured out from the shelters of our homes to see what remained of our paradise. What little comfort we gained by surviving was soon shattered, for when we looked outward, all we saw was devastation. Half of the planet's energy had vanished from the energy controllers. Aether became violently unstable as a result of the stellar object which struck our home. There was no sign. I feel like reading that one. Cool. So now when we come through this path, instead of going all the way around, we can just take a sharp left, and we'll get to the Torvus Bog entrance really easily. Right here. So far, Death Stranding 2 is your personal pick with Bonanza not too far behind. Could be the first 3D non-meta readily debut in Metroid history. Other end doesn't count. Yeah. All right. Make sure we save here. Yep, very big game. Oh, Silk Song. Okay, yeah. Get this. These guys have a terrible cold, yeah. Don't forget to get this, guys. That one can be real easy to miss because you can't hear it. You can't really hear it behind the wall. Yeah, this is the where we were in the dark world. That's for the light world. Nothing really here though, besides just like some pirates that show up to kill you. But I believe one of the keys are here. But you need your different visor for it. Yeah, epic skating DLC, yeah, for sure. Samus skateboarding. That's to go back to Egg on Waste. We're not going to go there. Yep. This is the remix track. But, yeah, I hate to be a tease, but we're going to have to end it there for tonight, guys. Okay, so come back tomorrow. I'm not kidding, but yeah, we've been going for about 5 hours. So, that's where we're going to end it for tonight. It's about past 11:30 my time. So we'll come back tomorrow. And if you want to hear more of that theme, we're going to be all up in that area. We're going to go for the gravity suit, get a bunch of upgrades. So yeah, we still have the gravity suit to get, and the grapple beam, the dark visor, spider ball, power bomb. We're going to do a ton of stuff tomorrow. So make sure you guys come back. And it's a fantastic part of the game. It's really immersive. So yeah, it's great stuff. Thank you so much for coming out and enjoying the stream with me, guys. Over 100 people here. Appreciate the raid from Nintendo Prime and all your support. Be sure you guys hit the like button for me on your way out. Come back tomorrow, okay? Same starting time will be 6:30 Central Time, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific time. I'm on Central Time, okay? Yeah, nice meeting you too, Richard. Thank you, Richard, Waffle Boy, Darth OP, Cherry Man, Louise, Tough Ginger, Super Metroid. Anybody else I missed in there? Lots of people. Jim Kulas, Satira, or Satiri, 10,000 Noodles, Mechanicus, SP Shortman, Rax32, Money Stack, Joe, yeah, all you guys. Anybody else I missed? Sorry. And Oscar. Yeah, Oscar2564. Thanks for moderating. And you guys have a wonderful night, okay? And I will see you tomorrow. See you soon. Take care.